Hello. Saturday stream. Yes. It is a Saturday stream indeed. It is a Saturday. Uh, doing things a little bit different this weekend. No Friday stream, only Saturday stream. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna continue on the Israel save I had from last time. And we're just gonna see if I can finish things out this time. It's gonna be exciting. So right, we're democracy, and well, there's a election which probably is gonna just land me with liberals again, so I guess that's what we're stuck with, which isn't the best when you want to tax everyone's space. Should I? We'll see if I pass reforms. So the situation basically is this is the state I left Germany in. It's got a bunch of puppets. Oh, did we get a follower? Impierk. Impierk. Thank you for the follow. Yeah. So, fortunately I was meaning to release Austria too, but apparently they already existed as an opium here, so I couldn't release them. But, nonetheless, I did leave this Germany with way above infamy limits, so hopefully they'll get pummeled by people, and hopefully also get like a rebellion, so that they lose their puppets. Why didn't you release them as free instead of puppets? You can't release them as free when you release nations from yourself. Well, I don't have any to release, but then you can either release them as puppets, or you can release and switch to play as them, in which case they'll be independent, but then you're also switching to play as them, so then you know, obviously that's not what I wanted to do, since I needed to switch to Israel. So this is the best we can do. They're all puppets, but all it takes is for a rebellion to rise up and overthrow the government, and they will be free. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully that will work out. One danger here, of course, is that Prussia could become a great power from this, I suppose. I don't know how easy that will be for them. Probably should have released like Poland before Prussia, because then they would have gotten much more land there. But otherwise, I just gonna hope that Germany gets destroyed and disappears, and then we need to become a great power to work off of that. Of course, there's the danger of the Ottomans here. They do have course on me, but they are way behind in military tech. And I do have the capacity to build a little bit of an army, thanks to all of the shenanigans I did last time. So we have 360k people, whereas usually you just have like 80k or something. So I managed that. Can still raise soldier pops quite a bit, so anyway, we should build. I guess we'll start with something like that. Cannot mobilize anything though, because we have no Ashkenazi pops at all. I was thinking going for Egypt, but unfortunately they are speared by Italy. I think I'd rather not challenge that. So the alternative is to, Ottomans might attack me, possibly aided by the UK, which would be a bit hectic. Not sure if it still would be an idea to try to go for China somehow. Korea's seared by Japan. Danam has nothing. Not friendly with anybody either, so that they could be a way into China. I definitely don't want to attack China directly if I'm gonna go for them. But yeah, I don't really know. If I thought about this, I could have tried to make sure that Egypt was kept out of everybody's spheres. While they're friendly with everyone. I can't really attack them as it stands. Actually attacking the Ottomans might also be a bit risky, but not sure how much more we can do. Well, I guess we'll just have to roll with this and see where we end up. Wonder if it's any chance that we could get like allies or something. Like what is, I mean, negative relations. Who would I want as an ally? I'm probably way too weak, but I'll still just increase relations with a few countries, just in case. Maybe a more realistic target would be something like, well, how are they feeling? Wrong government type and whatnot. Other democracies would be easier, but I don't know how many of those are around here. Presidential dictatorship. Interesting how most of these are just presidential dictatorships. Some of them are other things. Nonetheless. Yeah, we'll roll with this and see where we end up. What rebels? Anarcho-liberals. Oh boy, we're losing money. Losing money because we're building units. So our economy is still pretty bad, even though we have soldiers. Okay, there we go. It's just them though, it's not the UK. So as long as we manage to actually build troops, we might be okay. I will need to lower this for a bit. If only we could have a different party. Actually, let's not gather in Jerusalem, let's gather here. They have only 14 brigades. I just need to have time to build something. They are coming in now. Shit. Well, that's not good at all. Conquest casus belli on Ecuador. Oh yeah, right. Because I started fabricating that. I'm not getting any more stuff. I'm also not earning any money for whatever reason. Well, it looks like it. Okay. Okay, well, yeah, I'm sad to say, but this is a restart again. Not that I'm actually gonna restart, because I'm kind of tired of this now. Germany managed to retake a little piece of that. I knew it, yes. This has been a trend for a while now. I switched to Israel, immediately restart. I needed to destroy the Ottomans more than I did. That was the problem. You know, when you switch, you also don't end up in Germany's sphere. It would have been easier if I was. So power grows, so does the difficulty of the challenges. Yeah, clearly. UST and India. Yeah. I actually think it might be time to go back to India, incidentally, because I've been doing this challenge for a while now, and while the India challenge could be annoying, at least it was a little bit more active. This whole Israel to Germany was mostly just waiting around, or well, you need to wait in 1870 before like the real run starts, so to speak, and then immediately fail most of the time. So I'm gonna actually go back to India, but so it's Punjab. Let's see. I should presumably change the stream title then, though. So form India speedrun attempts. Done. So we're back to this now. Congratulations. I found something more frustrating than this run, so I'm gonna go for this. Oh, well, it's like we never left indeed. Well, my cat needs to get down from the cat tree, and she is too much of a little coward to jump down on her own, so I'm gonna have to lift her down. Just a sec. I have returned. Okay, so see if I can remember how I'm supposed to play this. I think I need to lower these, presumably. I'll probably want to switch this out. And soldiers or clergy? Probably soldiers for now. So I think I want to release India from Goa and then do a bunch of other things, essentially. Like so, I think. I think I did like 2 horses. 4 infantry. Then I needed an alliance with Sind immediately, or else I might not get it. Alright, sure. Alliance with Nepal will not be necessary or desirable, really. Okay. So I need to wait for diplo points, a number of diplo points. I suppose I should keep this lower because... And my good leader died immediately, which is very sad. Gonna need military access here, so we'll get that. No. Need to now you move away, which is good. We can move in. Yeah, we can move in that many. So we can build more troops, not sure if we'll have time to move them, so I suppose we'll justify this then. Very fast, 97 days. We just hope these guys don't move back here, which I might. Should we wait for those? Probably should wait for those. I seem to remember last time I tried to fight Portugal, Spain was very stubborn and didn't really wanna give up. We'll see if they are equally stubborn this time. 5th of April, both of them. Excellent. Cancel that. So I need to send a decent stack down there or else they will probably attack me there. So I wonder if 5 is enough. We go 6, maybe 6. Go down there. The rest will have to head toward Korea. Should probably raise this now. Sure to walk around our own land and go to Korea. Great. This CB lasts until February 10. February 10 next year, I guess. Yeah. Should I start this as soon as possible, or should I start justifying Korea first? I think I will start justifying on Korea first. We were only supposed to do acquire states, just to take a little bit of them. So the main objective here is Japan, which reminds me that I'm supposed to stockpile ships, I'm pretty sure. Like something like 100 and whatever. Maybe a little bit of artillery as well. I don't know. Seems good. Because we need to have ships very quickly. So. And yeah, basically as soon as we have diplo points again, I can declare on Portugal. Whomst. It's not allied to anybody, but they are friendly with Spain, so Spain will intervene. That's just the way of things. Wow, bonus prestige out of nowhere. Not completely confident I'll get to keep that prestige. I might have to surrender some wars or whatever. Attack 1, defense 1, that's actually probably okay. Wow, they're tough. Okay. So, should probably only be a matter of time before we'll get some Spaniards joining in the fun here. Take on Korea here. Actually, very good luck with the infamy so far. Not sure how much of a problem infamy actually is for this run, but nonetheless. So you just have to stay here forever. Well, forever until... Well, there's Spain. Intervening as per expected. And we'll presumably go like this. Should not auto-create leaders probably. What do we have? Suppose attack 2 is the best we have then. Two attack 2 in fact. So we can... These guys are really bad at like everything else. Well, I'm sure it will be fine. So the one's going to King Czech, which is It is these ones, Jean Francois. Need to wait like 2 days. Great. And it is 24th of March, 23rd. We are allowed to what? Huh? Oh crap, we don't have diplo points, that's why. Right, you need diplo points to declare wars. Who knew? Alright. Now, I think wait 2 days. Okay, so 13th of April then. Close one. Can go for Busan. Sin still doesn't want to join in for some reason. Wonder why. Nice. Can we insta wipe them, I wonder? I'm guessing probably not. Nope. They're going to run off to this place. But it's fine. I will start building a few units in Punjab as well for the future. Mainly rebel hunting duty. Afghanistan will probably attack me soon enough, which that's why I'll probably lose the prestige I have. Because I'll have to surrender that. Which is probably just as well. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, we'll just surrender that when we have diplo points for it. So the second army. Oh yeah, these guys are coming back in, so we'll be able to jump on top of them on the 21st of June. Move. Nice. Maybe we'll wipe them this time. Yes, we did. Cool. Yeah, we'll just need to find a good place to strike them down. Moving like this to reduce attrition. Hung. They are at half, so we're gonna move out of the way. Well, okay. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, I think I might as well go for this. I should still have quite the upper hand, in fact. It's the power of having good generals and actual infantry instead of weak sauce irregulars. Guess we'll try to chase this. I'm a little bit low on power. Can I get diplo points soon so I can just surrender this war? Alright, cool. So, managed to wipe them pretty quickly. Then, yes, then we can surrender this. Might be able to take that back at some point, which of course leads to some Afghani troops leaving, which is unfortunate, but not much we can do about that. Then, I mean, in theory, this is a large enough stack to siege efficiently, but I don't think, not so sure we'll reinforce very well. Not that much. So maybe we'll split off for now into smaller stacks. You might as well just be one stack though, I guess. And when these reinforce a bit, it's gonna slow down sieges quite a bit. Not sure how much of a point there is. They all do arrive faster, so that's good. Yeah, as per usual, nothing's happening on the Spain front. It probably won't until I finish with Korea, and then suddenly they will decide that they want to fight me in Korea. I might as well nip these in the bud, I guess, which is not hard to do. There's another one that needs to be nipped in the bud. Would be nice if these could reinforce a little bit, maybe. So I'm just gonna let these stay and see if they recover at all. I mean, they did recover a little bit, so let yeah. We will do something like this. Spread out the cavalry a little bit. Yeah, like so. Is that good? Now there's 3 here, and will be 3 over there. Oh, another one. So we got prestige back that we lost from surrendering to Afghanistan. How fortunate for us. And you'll just chill and maybe reinforce one of these days. Incheon. We've occupied most things already. Keep building units. Sometimes they don't manage to rebuild anything, I feel like. Sometimes they just manage to, I guess. Battle of Goa. Okay, they tried something. Didn't work out for them. As long as they win those battles, I guess it is better, because I do get, I suppose, tiny amounts of... I should get tiny amounts of battle war score. Doesn't seem to have registered though. Oh well. We will just bunch you up now to finish off the last couple of occupations here. Is it good? I don't know, maybe that's reasonable. I mean, you're already done, so... Nice. Alright, and then we're just gonna have to sit on top of Korea until China decides that they're willing to let us go. Which might take a while. China needs to let us go, and then Spain needs to let us go. Coronation of Queen Victoria. Hope you're reinforcing, because you might need to get out again. See if we happen to get anything better. Still only defense 1, attack 2. Got a decently large force there, which is... If I could use these, that would have been nice, but I can't really. Can't. I think you're kind of useless to me, so I won't ally you. These ones are definitely reinforcing quite well, which bodes well for our coming struggles. Just want to see. Taking war score for this is not the fastest. They're not even willing to white piece, so it's gonna take a couple of years. I suppose since they tried to attack once, they'll probably try to attack again. Indeed. We'll see what kind of general they have. Not an attack general, and I had a very good dice roll. So that's good. Can't really chase them because I have not allowed military access. Does that register now as battle war score? It does. Wow. Excellent. Not enough to convince Spain of anything, but it's a start. Whoops, that's too many people it seems. Let's move some of them out of the way. Maybe we should actually switch to clergy for a bit. Might serve as better than more soldier pops at the moment. No. The only one around here that I might want to ally is either like Sind or Galat, but mostly to allow me to get exiled. How's China feeling though? They're also not really in white peace mood yet, so keep waiting and hope that the US is a bit too quick on the trigger here, you might say. Hope they stop. Because if they come friendly with Japan too early, then that might make things a little bit more complicated for me. Maybe. Well, we'll have to see. It's kind of in the hands of RNGesus at this point, so. Okay, they're starting to warm up to white pace at least, but not Spain though. Spain wants more pain and they are attacking me again. Now they had better dice rolls. Still not enough to win, but they are sort of wearing down my soldiers here, so would be kind of unfortunate. Of course, they won't accept this. More military access. Not sure if we should try to suck up to them a bit. So 20 plus 28 for, I don't know if this can fully overcome that penalty. Seems a bit doubtful, to be honest. So I won't really be able to reinforce this. Good thing I sent at least 6 regiments and not just 5, which I was kind of contemplating. Would have been nice if I had better defense generals, but I do not, so. I think it'll be easier to piece out of the Spain war if I can piece out of the Korea war. Yeah, I started to fear that they are in fact reinforcing faster than I am. Yeah, okay, we lost, in fact. So, restart then. AI is finicky. They don't always behave the same way. They usually behave the same way, but then they don't. Like usually Portugal isn't that aggressive. Maybe I should just send slightly more troops than I did. Oh well. We'll set this up again. I will start with soldiers nonetheless. Maybe this guy can survive a bit longer. That'll be hype. Uh, so gonna need the alliance, and let's stockpile ships and a little bit of artillery right from the get-go. Oh well, indeed. Spending a lot of money now because I think I'm both stockpiling clippers and building armies. So maybe we'll try sending 7 regiments to Goa this time. Hey, we got this event again. Seems to be kind of common actually. Whoopsie daisy. Go like that, then you can follow. Then eventually you can go as well. We might as well put Multan as a rally point now, I think. That's where they'll need to go at the end of the day. Cough, cough. So, justify war goal. Can I build one more? I feel like I should be able to build like one more on top of that. Okay, cool. We'll wait for those two, I suppose. Well, it's not very much infamy. Had very good luck with infamy last time, so see if we can repeat that by any chance. So that's CB. That's Nepal. Could build more. I'm not going to wait for that though. That takes too long. Okay. And 1st of April, 3rd of April. Okay. So you'll need to, whoops, wait a full 2 days in fact. There we go. And then we're here. So, we send a full 8 stack. This feels like it might be overkill. It might leave us a little bit short up in Korea. So I'm gonna try with this many. And then anyone who has like bonus speed, can take a little stroll all the way over there. We should presumably raise this now. We'll give it a little time to increase in organization, and I'll just justify this first also. So limited in diplo points at start. Increases so slowly when you're uncivilized, just 0.2 per month. Well, I guess it's more than that because it's 0.3 as a base, minus 25%, so I guess it just rounds down or something. I don't know. Decent info for me, I would say. Not quite as lucky as last time, but can't expect that every time. Do I get it now or do I get it next month? Okay. That's great. This is January. Whoa. Okay. We're a bit earlier, incidentally. Alright, well, December 7, so December 6. Portuguese Bombay. Alright. Now we have the best boy here. Hopefully that should be able to hold the line. Okay, got that CB now. Occupation of Goa, so then Spain joins, only to do absolutely nothing, at least for a while. What can we get aside from attack 2, attack 3? I suppose he is a little bit overkill to keep down here. I think we could make do with defense 1. I guess we'll see. I'd rather have him up here for as long as he lives. Right, so then we need to wait for the points, which will be next month. Let's see, 2nd and 3rd. So you wait 1 day, okay. Should have a diplo point next month, so indeed. Busan. It's a very bad dice roll. Okay. Well, they escape as per usual. I think it would arguably be better if you just come back here, actually, yeah. And then we can destroy you. I just need to... It's Afghanistan, so I need to wait for diplo points before I can give up. Gonna build units. So my hope is that these will reinforce by next month. A little bit at least. A little bit. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter a whole lot. I think since these are almost done here... Okay, he died. He just barely had time to fight that battle, then he died. So I think you can move here. Great. And you can move here. Whoops. 20th of July. If we do that, they stop. Okay. I think it's a bit overkill, so I'm gonna leave some of these that aren't in super prime condition. These are kind of fine, and they can just wait and reinforce maybe. Alright. This guy's +1 attack, but that's all. I did not kill them. So I guess I'll have to chase them then. There we go, cool. Yeah, we're gonna leave some to reinforce. Horses are quite alright, generally. So we can split this. And for the time being. Do I get another diplo point next month, so I can finally end the war with Afghanistan. There you go, good job for you. Gonna lose a few Afghan troops. Only one regiment, that's pretty good, all things considered. Maybe next month we can send these back to actually do some work. So if we do these two up here and take a horse with you, and then put one in there. Oh yeah, I should actually go down to the war goal first, right? Maybe also time to start switch over to clergy now. So yeah, you head down to the war goal. You can also do that, except over on this side. And you just chill, and maybe you get to reinforce a bit. If you could not colonize Asia, what would be the best way to unify Yugoslavia? Slowly shipping away the Ottomans and Austria with allies? Yeah, I guess. Presumably, you try to, ally with whatever great power spheres you. Maybe the Ottomans, or maybe wait for Austria to sphere you, and just ally them, and then use them to help you win some early wars until you're strong enough to sort of stand on your own. Is what I would probably do. Okay. Humiliate on the United Kingdom. That'd be fun if I would think that was a good idea. Well, there's less than 9k of you, so I guess you can go and do something. Wonder if Portugal has not even amassed any troops. They do have military access in the UK, so it would be fun if they tried to come up here and I could kind of beat them up or something. I would like that. I think that would be a good time for me. John. Right. It's a bit slow. Not sure if this is actually slower than we'll wait till the next month to see if we can also wait till next month actually. 3rd of April. Yeah, see if, well, you did recover a little bit. So that may be worth it, I don't know. So again, the second problem last time was that the US seemed very keen on influencing Japan, which they seem to be doing as well. Here are Portuguese. Okay, they did land troop transport. Let's see if we happen to get better defense units. Speed 55, wow, that is actually very unusual. It's very rare to get more than speed 40. But I'm not complaining, that could come in handy at some point. Cool. Go like that. So that's the war goal, which is good. We get tickers, which is kind of the most important part of this, I suppose. You're not doing very well. You're not really recovering much. I wonder if they dare. Might not even dare attack me now that it's 7k here, which is probably just as well. I think it's better if they don't attack me. So now we just need to finish these off. There we go. So now again we just wait for China to accept defeat. And yeah, they just seem to be standing there, so I guess that works for me. You're just here in case of rebellions, frankly. That's really all I'm expecting you to do for the time being. Okay, the cordial, they are rising but slowly. Not slowly enough, to be honest. I don't really know what to do if the USA gets friendly with Japan and like intervened. Actually, maybe didn't that happen once before? I actually seem to remember. I should get at least one admiral for later. I think that happened once before. I think it worked out, maybe? Kind of depends on how much they commit to it, but... Well, not much they can do about it other than to wait. How much revanchism do I have? Only 3% from this, so it's not that much, all things considered. Exército do África Oriental. From Africa. Yep. Wonder how much war score I'm gonna need. If it's 40 or something. Maybe we can raise this a little bit. Might have money trouble later, but if I get sphered by the UK, they are certainly influencing me ever so slowly. Cordial. Not sure how much I need to worry about infamy if I don't get sphered by the UK. If I do get sphered, I probably don't need to worry like at all. So presumably once I annex this part of Korea, then Spain will start to try to invade here, and then I can beat them up a little bit. And then well, I'll gain some battle war score that way, which helps. Still no. Maybe next year. I like it when the AI just they don't want peace, but they also don't actually do anything in the war. Just let their allies sit there and get occupied. Very, very helpful. Still nothing better. Still nothing. How about next month? Gotta be close by now, I think. Nope. Maybe now? Nope. Maybe this is a bit expensive actually. Maybe this time. No. I don't actually have the whole state because I can't occupy this island. So I guess I gain war score a little bit slower because of that. Still no. Hmm. Maybe we should just lure some Chinese troops over here and fight them. Guess that would speed things up a little bit. Even though I'd rather not. We'll give it a shot. If they don't surrender before we get there. That's a bit too much. We'll just send 15 over so we don't get a bunch of attrition. Unless they give up now. Okay, they do give up now. Alright. Then we don't need to do that. Fortunately enough. Cool, so now that that war's over, then yeah, we'll just have to wait for Spain to come knocking. These guys are cordial. I could... Question is if I should try to start invading Japan before this war is over. Then I might... It's more risky. But this is also very slow. Lines up from Persia. I mean, I'll take that. I don't think it's gonna be useful, but... That's slow. Can you go over how you can force the entire world population onto one island? Well, I have done some testing, but not like thoroughly. The basic principle is just to like release Jan Mayen as a independent country with just this province, and then sort of occupy the entire world at once. Just keep the entire world under occupation simultaneously, which, you know, when the province that a pop lives in is full occupied, they tend to want to move away from there. And if Jan Mayen is the only province that isn't occupied, then that's gonna hopefully attract a lot of immigration there. That's the basic principle, anyway. Isn't this just a very fun mechanic? Great power intervention. Like, this war started like 5 years ago, and now the UK has become friendly with Portugal, and now they're like, oh, you gotta stop this now, blah 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 blah. I love great power intervention mechanics. So this run is over now because the UK intervened, which you usually don't do, but they did now. Won't overpopulation stack onto itself? I don't know. To be honest, I'm not sure to what extent overpopulation. I don't think there are any like direct penalties to immigration based on overpopulation, as far as I know. And I'm not sure either if it will be like a situation where most people won't get their life needs and therefore they will start to die. So, you know, everyone will move to Yanmayan, but then they will just die off. But I'm not sure. I don't think there's... You can certainly get a lot of people into one place Like that just happens normally in like the New World. You can get some small countries like I don't know Haiti. And you just get way like huge amounts of pops in just a few provinces. Jamaica, the smallest state province. I don't know if it's the smallest. Depends on what you mean. It's if it's the smallest by area. I think it's the smallest by population at the start. Out of those that actually are inhabited, I guess an alternative could be like South Georgia, because that actually has no people on it to begin with. So that could also be funny. But I like Jamaica because it's like a meme nation, and unless they're really, oh, they will just die off. Yeah, I mean, I don't want them to die off. I'm just saying that they probably will. Starting to get a bit annoyed by the sort of inconsistency with the India war. So maybe I'm just gonna actually like abandon that idea. We'll just wait with releasing India from here, because either we release it from there or from France, and we just hope that the conditions are better. It's just annoying to go for that, and then things randomly go wrong. So I'll just go straight for Korea now, and we'll worry about releasing India later instead. That's what we'll do. That sounds like more fun to me. Should we do bureaucrats first? Maybe that will be. Need some bureaucrats. I'll try some bureaucrats. Have you seen images from the densest populated areas in the world? Like stuff from sci-fi horrors. Yeah, I have. Like the what is it, like Kowloon, like city. What was it named? Kowloon. It's like the most densely populated area in the world before they tore it down. It's kind of whack. Anyway, these will need to be arranged in a familiar manner, nonetheless. Lines, please. In Hong Kong, you are correct. Yeah. Kowloon Bald City or something, I think was called. Yeah, it's crazy what people will kind of places people end up living in. Okay, get military access now. Okay, thanks. Then you go, and where you go, they follow. And then you can follow as well. Then we just switch that. Did I remember? I did not remember to actually build anything, which is a fun thing. Right, if I start with bureaucrats, I won't get as many units to start with. On the other hand, I won't send anyone down to Goa now, so that might be fine. What I do need to do, however, is again stockpile boats and some cannons. Kowloon is the closest to the comparisons. Humans are stubborn like cockroaches. Yeah, I guess there are some similarities between humans and cockroaches, honestly. For better or for worse. Anyway, let's Go for this, not conquest. Though I'm sort of tempted to go for conquest, honestly, given how stubborn China can be otherwise. But it's probably better literacy-wise. So we're waiting for the last horse here. I think it is possible without exploits to form Poland, Lithuania as Krakow. Depends on what you define as exploits, really. How restrictive you want to be. No gifted puppets. Okay, so basically, or invasions in Asia. Well, I think if so, you're basically not allowed to let a great power like Austria win wars for you in the early game, and you're not allowed to invade Asia. I mean, basically, if we mean like exploits, nothing that is sort of unrealistic that you would never be able to do in like real life, then I think you probably could do it, but it would rely very, very much on RNG in that case. Like you need to get lucky enough that some of the great powers around you just got absolutely destroyed and pummeled to the ground, so you could exploit that opportunistically, just snag a little piece of land and then grow from there. I think there's basically no then. Well, yeah, not consistently. I don't really think. Like, not if we're. Like I said, it depends on how much you're restricting it. Which is. But I mean, realistically, there's no way like the city-state of Krakow would ever have been able to just casually reform Poland historically without something exceptional happening. So that's kind of the situation. I was curious if you could think of a consistent, self-sufficient way. Well, yeah, it's sort of increasing tensions for crisis. Well, the problem with that is that you, as far as I know, I'm fairly certain you can only increase tensions for your own cores, and not for like cores of your cultural union. I could be wrong on that. And Krakow itself does not have any other cores, only Poland and Poland-Lithuania. Yeah. I mean, then again, if you think crises are fair game, then you could kind of argue that, say, allying Austria and making them fight Prussia or Russia for you should, for only like Polish land, should be fair game. Like I can see it being like kind of cheesy to make Austria puppet two Sicilies for you, because that's just doesn't make any sense. But making Austria help you retake some Polish land from like Russia, that seems somewhat more plausible. Like that's sort of like a crisis happening. Great power backs you up, but yeah, like I say, it really depends on the restrictions you set. Definitely see greater Jugo formed by good players via exploits. Yeah, it's a bit more plausible because, well, for one thing, like Serbia is in a slightly better position than Krakow, and Ottomans are also more inclined to fall apart. And yeah, I mean, as Serbia, you could just wait and like build up, say, military tech till you have a sizable advantage, and also just wait for Ottomans to get sort of weakened, which tends to happen. Then you could probably beat them, I think, and go from there. Krakow is a fair bit weaker than Serbia, and also surrounded by much stronger foes. When is this, by the way? 8th of May. Yeah, we can make it there. I do need to raise my thing here, though. And Heat is still alive, which is very good news. I think I'm going to wait 1 more month just to make sure we get some more organization. 2nd of March. 1st of March, so wait 1 day. Perfect. And then now we can declare. It would be cool if Sind ever wanted to actually join the war. At least these guys are consistently just standing up here. I actually managed to wipe them now. That's the advantage of having a bigger army, I suppose. Well, Serbia will snowball course from Bosnia all the way to Macedonia. Then you can conquer Bulgaria, and by that point they must can't do anything against you. Austria though will be tough. Yeah, if Serbia actually does have cores of their own, which they can use. Which is for sure an advantage. So here's what we'll do. Send these forward, then you could even use crises. You can maybe get a crisis to get cores from Austria if you want. I mean, eventually you should be able to beat Austria too. Also, if you get powerful enough, you might be able to get allies that like make sense because you're strong enough for people to think it worth it to ally you. And at that point, I'd say it's like fair game to get strong allies to help you out. Alright, so good. They'll pass through over here and then we can make them dead. 26. Well, hard to rely on Christ vs. Austria since it has a high gear rating. It's also very aggressive for core reclamation. Yeah. 80. Crisis, that's a funny word to say. Can be a bit inconsistent in general. Of course. I think we're gonna actually split you in 2 and we'll send you all the way down here and you can take this pathing instead and arrive at the same place. Perfect. Like, it's not certain that you'll be able to get a crisis to trigger, and even if you do, you need to get enough great power support that they can actually enforce it for you, which obviously does not always happen. Okay, maybe we wipe them now. Very good. We did wipe them now. That's good, I think. And we'll do a little thing like this, and you can shield and reinforce, maybe. Maybe you reinforce. Only a little bit. I think we're gonna have at least 2 stacks here. Some of the most badly damaged can maybe wait a bit, see if they reinforce. Again, the most important thing is gonna be to grab these states. Or grab this state, I should say. There's one exploit that I think that's why I really like. Liberation Conquest. Okay. So you think that one's what makes you think that one's more justified than the others, though? I'd say it's kind of egregious from a like realism standpoint. Okay, let's just this is, yeah, they're gonna take a bit of extra attrition there, but that's how it is. Maybe y'all should just gather up and be one big quote-unquote family. Whoops, soon enough. As well. Well, US had plans to take Canada from Britain back in 1812, and it was plausible if they were dominant. Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't exactly have been a liberation conquest, but I can see your point. That's more a matter of how Victoria sort of arbitrarily restricts how much land you can take at once through normal means. Whereas in real life it was a bit more fluid, if you will. Oh boy. Oh boy, the Afghanis are leaving. Oh boy. Great. You say Asia makes plans to liberating Canada when the land of liberty. Yeah, I guess it would suit their propaganda, I guess, to frame it that way. Please reinforce. You're not reinforcing very much. I think it's time to switch from bureaucrats to something else, if I'm being honest. We're not getting those bureaucrats much higher anyway. I would kind of like to increase the spending on these if I may. This guy is kind of too fast. I might just switch him for someone who isn't as fast. That might help. Yeah, that helped. That helped a lot. It saddens me when my Afghanis leave. I might actually have to do soldiers for a bit because I'm losing all of my reserves here. It also makes sense if the Austria claims a protector of Serbia and does liberation against Serbia and the Ottomans. Yeah, I suppose in a way. Depends on how literal you want to take it. Like, next year, everything all the way to Macedonia was also a goal IRL. Yeah, this is in World War One. I suppose the political landscape had changed a bit by the time of like World War One compared to say the early 1800s. So large land grabs were a bit more on the table by then. Hopefully China will agree to peace a bit sooner now compared to when I was also at war with Portugal and company. Okay, should I start justifying war already or should I wait? I will wait a little bit. Now we'll just have to hope that they get some reinforcements from my reinforcement pool. Maybe raise this a little bit. This was before World War I. The Balkan question was mid to late 1800s. Russia and Austria competed for dominance, while Britain taking free stuff by exploiting it. Yeah, I suppose. Although, wasn't that also more of an indirect, like, sphere of influence kind of thing? Like, were they actually interested in directly annexing land in the Balkans, or just making sure that they had, like, influence there? I'm not super well versed in that period, so I feel like I can probably justify a war goal now. I would like to make peace in between, because then I can burn some infamy by releasing like Ladakh and Kashmir. The more land I can take from Japan, the better, really. Austria wanted to make stuff because the people were were opposed to them. Russia wanted to set up very large Bulgarian Serbian states. Massive Rus files. Yeah, I suppose might have been easier for Russia to have indirect influence there compared to Austria. Austria might have required a bit more of a heavy hand. Guess that makes sense. Mr. China, please. Okay, they are willing to white peace. We'll see if they will be as stubborn as last time. This lasts until 21st of August 1841, so let's just hope. As Bulgaria was split in three, balance of power demanded it, otherwise Russian indirectly joined in the Balkans. I see. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Hello, Miss China, please. Still no? Did I do this too early after all? Maybe. Okay, fine. I will attempt to lure Chinese troops over if I have to. You know, I'll do it. Don't think I won't. Unless you're willing. Should be very close. Hello, I am here in technically Chinese territory. How do you feel about that? You don't like that at all, do you? As well. Then I will retreat again. And we'll maybe invite you in. You really want to go there? You sure you don't want to go to a flat place instead? Oh, you want to go there? Okay. No, no, you want to go to the flat place. Cool. On the 6th of May. 5th of May. 11:10. Is this a tag 2? Unless you want peace right now. Nope. Okay. Then we'll slam into you and slam dunk you to the floor. And you actually have a good general for once. Incredible. Does not seem to be incredible enough though. Please, peace? No. Okay, I will wipe that army of yours and we'll see if you want peace then. That is, of course, unless you want it now. No. Frankly, we don't have a whole lot of time left. 21st of August, so... Okay, we wiped you. Maybe next month. Maybe next month. God damn it. Well, either they want peace next month or we'll just wasted our war goal for Japan. It's really where we're at right now. Breaking news. Wagner is expected to reach Moscow within hours and international diplomats are evacuating. Oh yeah, I did hear about that they were approaching. That was quite a crazy development actually. I'm gonna need to declare this war on Japan, unfortunately. because I don't want to waste my war goal. But sure, Burma. Any chance you want to actually join me in this? No? Okay. Last time we got SSR. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what comes of that. If they'll have any chance of success. The Wagner group. So we'll see what happens now that I had to declare this war prematurely. Fortunately, China is still very stubborn. I'm gonna switch back clergy now. I was really hoping that beating up their army would help the situation, but apparently not. Can't even build ships until I've actually won the war against Korea here. Fortunately, declaring war in Japan might just mean that they take longer. One alternative is to add a war goal on China itself, but I might not be able to enforce that at all. I should probably wait. I had no idea why they're that powerful and influential. That's worrisome. Well, oh yeah, they accept it now. Either it's that they are very powerful, or it's more a result of, you know, some well-planned like opportunism. Because Russia is very much bogged down, so there are virtually no forces opposing Wagner right now. So they just sent beeline it for Moscow, and nothing really seriously stands in their way. But I don't know, we'll see. Anyhow, I don't have, well, we do have one admiral, so that's good enough, frankly. I think we'll go for 8 ships, maybe. Wasn't Wagner in the main bloodiest front? Then somebody left and went to Moscow. Impressive, there's more to it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know everything about how they manage that. It could be that they have like secretly been stockpiling military supplies and basically give misdirection about how many numbers they have and where their troops are. It's possible they had a bunch of troops already in Russia. Well, look at that, dude. They're already here. Man, okay. Arrive and humiliate in the UK. Hope these don't yeah, they're gonna block me. And I can't entirely get like supplies. We have no organizations. I'm not super keen on actually like fighting their navy. I'm not sure if I can or not. Well, we'll have to give it a chance. I think the longer I wait, the less supplies my ships are gonna have. So, see, 14, 15, 12, 10, okay. So, you need to wait 1 day. The next one here needs to wait 2 days. Then this one needs to wait 2 days again. And then we'll see if my transports can overcome. Frankly, I'm not super confident about this, given that they actually do have organization. They have very little strength. Actually, maybe they don't have organization. I don't know. Hard to tell what's going on, really. Disengaged already. Well, mine are retreating and theirs retreating also. Approaching. Disengaged. I guess disengaged isn't the same as retreating. Okay. Yeah, okay, that didn't work. So again, this freaking category. Oh man. Alright, I will restart again. Hooray. Man, we are missed this history. EU war in our lifetime, then a Russian potential coup, or worse, civil war. Sweden applying for NATO. Yeah, Sweden applying for NATO. We'll see if we actually get in. Erdogan doesn't seem keen on that. But yeah, it definitely is quite something. It isn't quite a world war yet. Can hope that it doesn't spiral. Hopefully this Wagner coup could spell the end of the Ukrainian-Russian war eventually. I suppose it depends on how successful they are, Wagner, and what their intentions are after. Like if they will want to pull out of a war or if they want to continue it. I'm going to actually encourage soldiers now, to be honest. And I think it worse a humanitarian catastrophe. Don't think it will escalate beyond Ukraine. Yeah, I guess the whole nuclear situation does mean it's less likely it will escalate. Or if it does escalate, then it might escalate hard. We just end up with a nuclear winter. But there isn't much use worrying about that, because if that happens, then nothing really matters. Stockpile boats. I guess I'll just this time finish the China war before I go for Japan, because why the hell not? I guess that's what we'll have to do. What was I thinking about something here? Stockpiling, that was what I was thinking about. Boop, 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 boop. Do I need frigates too? I might need frigates. I didn't build any frigates last time. Alright. As cheerful as ever, success. Might have to set up shop in Genmayan. IRL Genmayan population boom. Yeah, that'll be nice. I'm sure that will work out. I think I'm pretty cheerful though. Like, I mean, I am saying that there's no reason to worry about nuclear war, because if it happens, then nothing matters. So that's sort of optimistic in a way. It encourages you not to worry. So, yeah, I'm actually a very cheerful person. Okay, we can maybe put this as the rally point actually. Wonder how many people could actually fit on Janmai in the IRL. I'm not sure what the current population there is. If there's anyone living there now. think someone's living there. Can I get my own population boom here? Soldier boom. Yeah, let's go. 2 more infantry. Maybe that's worth it. Who knows? Can begin justifying. Well, look at that. Russia wants military access. Wonder what they're up to. Probably just annexing some. No, they're fighting in the French colonial conquest of British Madras. Oh, they're actually fighting in India. Ha! That's funny. I think it's this. Yeah, they're fighting over this. Okay. I don't know what the implications of that it will be for me. That wasn't the best infamy luck. I think we might as well release Ladakh immediately now. We'll probably need to by the end of things anyway. They are coming right for us, yeah. Swell. I should turn off auto create. 25th of March, great. They arrive on the same day. 25. And somebody with speed 10, the best we have. I think so. Let's go here. Okay, so we'll arrive 26th of January. So that is fine. Certainly. See if I can make some actual, like, decent progress on this run in this attempt. If only there was a way to completely understand the AI and be able to predict precisely what they would do. But unfortunately, sometimes get to a point where like you think you know exactly what they'll do, but then they surprise you by doing something completely different. So when Sinch, no leader, Jean-Francois, I shall let him go here because that's usually where they are. 5th of January. 1, 2, 3. Good. And then on the 7th, that's where we declare this. This should be an instant wipe, I hope. It was. Good stuff. So now we do similar to what we did before. Split this in half. March, you go like so. Maybe actually just go here instead. And see, so long as they don't try to attack here, we'll see. No, okay. And you can attack them when the opportunity right now. Hopefully another wipe. Good dice rolls on both sides. So that was not a wipe. Yeah, but this should wipe now. Yeah, they did. Very cool. Very cool. And again, you can split in two and maybe start over there. So, right. Maybe I'm better off dragging out this Afghanistan war slightly, because as long as I don't have time to get any war exhaustion, because then I get to keep my Afghani troops here a little bit longer. Which might like ever so slightly speed up occupations. Something like this. Alright, that's gonna be an occupation, so we'll just peace out now. Thanks for your participation. And we're losing some Afghani troops from down here. In that case, maybe you should actually just go here and reinforce them, because this is the most important place at the moment. Great. Oh, I meant you should wait, not the other one. Okay. Let's build ourselves a little defense force with rally point in the capital. Fight the rebels if the rebels decide to be a thing. You're a little low, so maybe wait till next month before you move on. And you're fast. There you go. Okay, might not. Well, we got the southern province now, so just need to finish up the rest of this. And then once again wait for China to become less stubborn. Maybe I should lure in some Chinese troops like straight away. Just get that over with, because otherwise it's apparently going to take a very long time. We just have... Well, we can put you there. There we go. Go up there. could at least fit with like one more unit up there, I think. So maybe you go here. We have something resembling 15k can go up there to lure in Chinese. Maybe we should have someone who's faster, like, isn't he here? Isn't he still alive? The guy that had 10 speed, Sorawa Sinja. Is he back? Was he back here perhaps? Is that where he is? Yeah, he shouldn't be here. He's very fast, so that might be how we can just teleport across the continent. There we go. Okay. Then we just wait here for Chinese troops to arrive. 17, can I go straight back there? I can. Excellent. Okay. Then I'll go here if you will allow that. 2nd of July, 1st of July, so you need to wait one more day. 2nd of July. You're gonna attack me there, huh? Okay. Do we have anything? Defense 1. I mean, I guess so. Guess we can take that fight. You need to. Okay, no, never mind. They stopped. 2nd of July. 3rd of July. Okay, there we go. And they're pulling a fast one on me. That means I need my actual attack general then. Good. Luckily they don't have a defense general. Okay, let's skip anyone who's badly damaged, which is most infantry, frankly. Okay. Oh well, let's go with you. You just head back down. Just want to wipe this one Chinese army, hopefully. Yeah, and then we'll go back and chill. So last time I needed like 50 war score or something before they would consider peace. Well, consider more than white peace anyway. So maybe that's what we'll have to wait for now also. We'll continue to encourage soldiers for now, because I do want to make sure that I have reinforcements for all these guys. You're already sort of stacked here. Let's move you about. Maybe you should move some of you also. Okay, well, I think we're doing this is a decent time, provided that I can actually succeed. US is still neutral with Japan, that's a good sign. And that should reduce the risk they will actually try to intervene or something silly like that. They would accept white peace now. Get +6 battle war score under our name. We're getting speared by the UK by any chance? Cordial. Money's a bit tight. We are fully reinforced now, so I am going to switch to clergy. If all goes well with Japan, then I shouldn't even need to fight them at all, or maybe just a little bit. So that would be good. Yeah, just keep an eye on this. Sad, this is so hard. I mean, the speedrun is so hard. So yeah, kinda. Yeah. If I was really bold, I could just temporarily... I could lower this for now. It's not like I'm fighting anything at the moment. I'm not sure that's gonna impact China's willingness to make peace. Hopefully not. Still 46. It's almost like I should go for not the southernmost state, but maybe the one in the middle, so I can actually get 100% occupation. I don't like the US anyway. Okay. And if I was really impatient, I might fight China again, but I don't know if I'm really that impatient. 49. Kinda wanna play it a little bit safe. 50. Maybe next month, I don't know. 50. Bow, 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 bow. 51, but I still won't accept next month then. No. Maybe next okay, thank you. Cool. Well, then, whoops, that was the wrong. Then we will start doing this immediately. I think it is doable for India without exploits. Again, it depends on. I mean, yes, certainly. Punjab is a different situation. You just have to, like, it would take longer to westernize. Yeah, you have population, quite a lot, in fact. You would just need to do westernize a bit slower. You could conquer your neighbors. I assume that wouldn't count as exploits. So you westernize a bit slower, and then once you're westernized, you would be strong enough to defeat the UK. And if you can't do liberation conquest, then it would be a bit slower to eat India, but you could do it eventually. It wouldn't be much of a speedrun. By the way, France took this, actually managed to take this entire state, which I would describe as not good for me. Because if I am going to force them to release India, then that's gonna cost me more war score than otherwise. I might still be able to do it via Portugal though, depending on who like influences them. So long as nobody so long as they stay in like Spain's sphere, might be okay. Anyway, we have some ships to build. So I think I counted on maybe 10 transports and like 2 frigates. Is that what I'm... Maybe just 1 frigate. Let's do 10 transports and 1 frigate. And we have Koreans. Let's build some Koreans. Yeah, let's build some Koreans. Good times. Some of these might not have been Koreans actually. Quite a lot of them weren't. I'm not sure which ones were. Let's do this again. That's yeah, of course not that many. Can't think of it because it's only 1 Korean state, but that's fine. Never seen another EU nation expanding in India. Yeah, it's pretty rare. We don't. That usually doesn't happen. But well, yeah. Sometimes the AI just does very like random things. I'm going to release Kashmir now as well, so we minimize our infamy, then I would probably be able to take up to 3 states against Japan if I want to, but maybe I'll just settle for 2. The 2 most populous ones. Is that Kyushu and maybe it's Chubu and Kansai? I guess. I might just take these then. The more population, the better, really. I should raise this. Waiting for our ships. Let's skip the one in Busan. We'll settle for 9 transports because then these can all build at the same time. I can go pick up these in preparation. Then we put as many people there as we can fit at once. Good. Wait for the next batch, and I also need to wait obviously for... Well, the war goal is done already actually. Yeah, we'll wait for these ships. Then we need to move fast before our ships die. I should have an admiral, preferably one with speed bonus, which this guy has. You can take a second one and see if he's better. I'd rather have the one with speed bonus though, obviously. Yes, speed bonus man. Let's go. 9 ships. Yeah. We'll skip. Do like that, you guys. So, gonna do the old Japanese trick. So we'll actually do Kansai then. Persia would accept this. I'll call them in, why not? It might actually make Japan more willing to make peace because they'll think that I'm stronger, or that our side is stronger. So, need to occupy this. Then be cheeky against Japan. Frigate is still building here. They are, hopefully they don't try to attack my boat before I've... So... You move out of the way while this one goes in. 12 September, so we'll wait until 11th. So we trap them. Then we'll let them have a moment to gather up here. Alliance offers in. I'll take that for as long as they're willing. You never know. See, they should have about like 200, a little over 200k. So that's about it, I think. Then can get on board whilst this one frigate gets into position. Supplies are dwindling. There we go. You sail off. And here they come. Matsuyama, 27th of October. It would be good if they also made it over. I'm gonna wait a little bit just to sort of ensure. Because they have 76, which is gonna be like 100, 200 and... How many are 228, I guess? That seems to be exactly this. Yeah, so this is the entire army. So we'll just make it out here on the 28th. Okay, no, they stopped actually. Alright, fair enough. Well, we'll just block the rest of them in then. We can deal with these. Trying to imagine how this strat can be a realistic story. I mean, I guess it could be if we assume that whoever is like the head of the Japanese military is like very, shall we say, overly eager. Like as soon as there are like enemies here, just all the army needs to go there. Though it's a bit extreme that he would literally empty the entire country just to go to this one island. So a less extreme version of this might work, where they send like a significant amount of troops and then get them trapped on the island. That's not too implausible. God damn it, they actually attacked. I was really hoping they wouldn't. This is Tokai on the 25th of November. That's too long. Okay, well. Well, this is very unfortunate news. So what do we do then? I think they can still like blockade in Kyushu. Problem is I cannot leave these ships. So I came up with is an unofficial warband breaks off and pillages its way towards Asia and settle in Korea and become a mercantile empire instead of fired by Britain. Then they outsmart the entire Japanese army and the war leader decides to return to India. Yeah, if you mean like the entire scenario. We'll see, Rip Run, I mean. It's gonna get a bit nasty. Because I'm gonna have to actually fight my way to victory now, so seeing as I can't rely on the boat trick, so we're just gonna see if we can destroy Japan the old-fashioned way, I guess. Going to delete all but one ship, so that one can actually have supply. And then we'll have to see if we can cheese our way a little bit. My armies are quite a bit stronger than Japan's at least, so I'm thinking they'll probably try to come over here. I don't know if I can blockade them. I think I can blockade this straight to Kyushu from here. By the way, we should try to encircle. Okay, never mind. Didn't need to. Maybe we can like lure them into defensive battles here. 8th of January. If I move these back, does that scare you? It did, yeah. Okay, good to know. Then this is too much. This guy's defense, which means we can't send in Jean-Francois because he'll take over. But we can send in these if we need to. 11th January, so we go on the 10th. 12. Let's see if I can blockade this straight. Well, it'll be too late anyway. But okay, actually they stopped. Right. Well, we might be able to do something like this. Just take them out a few at a time. Now I guess we can see if I can blockade that. I'm not sure. Send you back there. Matsue. Well, they made it out anyway, so. Are they actually scared? They don't even want to attack this stack? Because I think taking repeated defensive battles here might be... Then again, maybe it's better just to go on the offense instead, frankly. Because they don't get any crossing penalties in this game for whatever reason. This is too much, so we'll send something which could resemble a decent siege army to work on those. Actually, never mind. We want to make sure we have a good advantage. So you keep going, Alexander Gardner. The rest of you will stay and we will fight 9th of February. Great, okay. So we'll just pick them off piecemeal until we wipe them all out, I guess. Oh, they're coming over here now. I mean, that's fine though, that's good, frankly, because this is flat terrain. So I think I'm actually all for that. Okay, they stopped. Okay. Alright. They're very meek. One of them comes over, right? I'm gonna go on the 1st of March here. That's too many at once. 6th of March. Can you escape? 5th. Yeah. Can't blockade them there, that's for sure. I'd like them to split up a little bit more. Which I believe they probably will do. Who attacked here? Did I attack or they attacked? I seem to have attacked, which is in and of itself a good thing. These guys are definitely dead. Well, they're definitely gonna take a big beating. Maybe they can escape this, I don't know. With a little luck. I don't think I have a little luck though. Alright. Let's see. So, I was hoping to avoid having this many people come over at once. They're all going to Nagasaki now for some reason. I arrive on 20th of March, which means... I think I'll let them... Unless, of course, they turn back if I do that, but they don't. Okay. I'm gonna... Okay, they blockade me here. Alright, so I'm stuck right here. Then we'll see. Oh hey, Guy Incognito 69. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. I'd rather stand here. We'll take less attrition probably. But I need them to... They're just walking... They're really just walking back and forth now. Okay. Some of them are coming to Fukuoka, though they might not actually be doing that. They're just pretending. 20th of March. I think they'll slip away, so I'll just fight here now. Make a last stand. Okay, I definitely screwed this up though. This entire war. We'll run back to Nagasaki and see if they don't follow me there. Because if not, then we'll have a small chance to maybe reinforce while we're here. Not a huge chance though. I'll move this ship into port in Nagasaki. They're certainly not immediately attacking me, which is kind of nice of them. So yeah, they are giving me a chance to reinforce, though unfortunately I am not reinforcing much. They're actually just kind of leaving. Yeah, I fear I'm not reinforcing enough, but we'll see. If I spend some time. Probably the run is dead. They're really scared of me, funnily enough. I'm not really reinforcing though. At least not as of yet. Yeah, as far as the speedrun goes, this isn't really really feasible. I only managed to take down like 1/4 of their army or something. 1/5 maybe. I mean, eventually I'll reinforce this to a decent amount, but it's not really enough. Last hope is if I get like a godlike general or something. Don't think I'm gonna get one though. Okay. I guess that's it then. Yeah. This run is such frustrating. There's so many, shall we say, moving parts that can go wrong. Kind of finicky. Usually this works fine enough. But Japanese Navy typically isn't that aggressive, and even if they are, they usually don't get that much supplies. I'm kind of surprised that they managed to keep their fleet fully supplied. That's sort of an issue. Because I certainly managed to pull off this strat with Punjab several times before. World conquest is easier, and the biggest obstacles lag. I mean, kinda. It's a different type of difficult. Maybe I'll have to experiment a bit with different strats for this run, like off stream, see if I can find something better. Because clearly this it's not, maybe you can get this to be more consistent, but it is definitely not that easy to get it consistent. So I fail at different places every time, it seems like. Even places I haven't failed at before. So yeah, what to do then? Here's an idea. Alright, I am willing to listen. Conquer Switzerland. Yeah, that's quite the idea. Why has it to do with the fact that they have high literacy? I mean, yeah, they do have high literacy. Biggest problem there, though, is that they are a civilized country with a reasonably sized army. I mean, it's not tiny, and they're made of like entirely mountains almost. I think they have like, no, I guess they're all mountains actually. There's not a single province that's not a mountain. Uh, so I am not. Maybe I could beat them in a 1-on-1, but then there's the problem that they typically get cleared by France, so most likely France would intervene. Also, I could only take half of them at first. So, one alternative. Hawaii is an interesting idea though, because Hawaii actually has 80% literacy, which is tied for the highest in the game, despite being inactive. Forgot about intervention. Yeah, intervention is the best mechanic in this game. I absolutely love it. Makes the game so much better. Yeah, Hawaii's population, unfortunately, is very low, so even though they have great literacy, it's not going to help much. I mean, that's the problem with Switzerland too. They have 500k population, which is decent, but I have, like, even without Southern Korea, I have over 2 million pops. So it's only really with a high pop country like Japan that's really gonna make a dent. Intervention actually makes a lot of sense though. Yes and no. Like in general, it kinda makes sense because great powers did intervene a lot, but the extent to which it happens and the way it happens doesn't make sense entirely. It seems a bit strange to me. Like, for example, when I play like Greece to Byzantium, start out secondary power, Ottomans is a great power, I fight them, crush them completely, and then after a while they drop the secondary power, and then like 5 years after the war started, because they dropped the secondary power, suddenly Russia has become friendly and they intervene and suddenly decide, no, Greece, you can't do that anymore. Like, it doesn't really make sense that they would just suddenly after 5 years decide to do that. But yeah, in general, great power interventions make sense. It does make sense to preserve balance of power, yeah. But the AI is kind of indiscriminate about it. They will intervene in literally anything, including like a minor border skirmish between two uncivs. If they're friendly with one of them, they will intervene like every time. So it doesn't really, it's not always about balance of power. We can't really justify it with that. I think Russian war to liberate Great Bulgaria lasted a while, and then great powers threatened to intervene if they continued to push in. Yeah, I guess. I mean, in some cases, maybe the Greece example would have been a thing, possibly, but there are other cases where it doesn't really make sense. Either way, whether it makes sense or not, the way it's implemented is very annoying. You know, that they need to be friendly uh, to intervene, and how they can become friendly with someone like 5 years after war starts and then intervene. There's no way to predict it. Right. Britain did everything in its power to prevent Byzantium, which many Greeks wanted. Yeah, they did sort of uh, put a limit on that. Like, in general, it can make sense. It's more the way it's implemented, really, that makes it a bit nonsensical in some cases, I think. Anyway. Maybe I'll just brainstorm some new strats for India on stream. I don't feel like trying the same thing again, and I also don't feel like starting something new right now, so I'm just gonna think about this a little bit. It would be really neat if you were able to like defeat Britain before becoming before westernizing. Like what if you went after Korea, conquered Korea, maybe took stuff from China as well, so you have massive pops. Then you go back and maybe you can defeat Britain then by like exploiting mountains maybe and stuff. I don't know, maybe that could work. Though frankly it might get rough. They'll definitely invade here and I'll get war exhaustion is the problem. That's kind of the problem with that. I can't really have territories over here undefended if I'm gonna fight, because someone will occupy this and I'll get war exhaustion until my economy is bust. So I'd need to, in that case, expand in close proximity. What if you ignore Korea and take central China? Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. If I take central parts, that because it's less likely that. But then I couldn't really get the troops out of there, because they wouldn't really help me much. That's sort of an issue. Like I get territories and I build Chinese troops, but then they'll be stuck because don't have a way out of there. Most likely. Unless I somehow manage to get, literal central China and connect it through Tibet. You mean over here? Yeah, if I take, Yunnan has decent pops in some of these states. Connecting for Tibet isn't gonna help much though, because they're a puppet of China, so they're not gonna. If I could connect it for like Burma or something, then I could always either get military access, or if that doesn't work, then just invade them. See, this is coastal, but this is not. So actually, I could get through Guangxi, because they have kind of good pops. 1.4. It's decent, and I could this entire state here, and I could connect it to other states that also have good pops, like Jiangxi. I guess maybe that. Can attack China for Tibet puppet and take Yunnan. I could do that. Tibet puppet itself would be kind of useless though, and I'm not sure how much war score that is. It could be that the Tibet puppet will take most of the war score. But I think that probably won't be necessary, because I can take inland states here from like Guangxi, which then connects to Dainam, so then I could potentially get out via Dainam through one way or another. So that might be worth trying actually. I wonder how much war score it will be, but well, it's worth a try. We'll see where that takes us after. Definitely gonna need as much soldiers as I can get. Let's just put this right at the bottom actually. Then I don't need to worry about any boats. I don't need to stockpile ships. So that's a bonus. Still, we need to start by doing this, or else we won't be getting anywhere. Maybe with a large enough soldier pool I could do something with the UK. Though for it to be worth it, I kinda want to liberate like all of India at once. Presumably. Which would be rough to do, but yeah, I'm gonna try it, I guess. No risk, no reward, eh? Indeed. Ain't that the truth? Oh god. They arrived here too quickly. Escape before you die, please. Alright. Might need to raise this a little bit actually so we can reinforce that that I lost. Hopefully it doesn't. That attrition alone kind of wrecked some of my forces here. Would like to have like a couple more units, I think. We'll see exactly how many. Even if you fail, at least you get to vent your frustration on the British. Yeah, that is always something. Trying to build a few more. Maybe these 3 regiments, and then we'll go after that. Try to save money. Yeah. By the way, how much difference does it make westernized with no military tech versus unziv? Well, no. All civilized countries have at least 4 military techs, like this one, this one, this one, and that one, and most also have this. So, and as an unciv, I think you can get like 2 or maybe 3 techs. Let's see. I have 1 already. That's 1 more tech. Okay. Yeah, you can get 3 military techs, but you can't get. So you can be pretty close, technically. But the main downside is, for one thing, you won't have this tech, which is 25 military tactics. That's the most important difference, really. So civilized countries always have a tactics advantage, which reduces the casualties to take, which is a pretty big deal. And secondly, you don't have artillery, which is also a pretty big deal. So even though you're almost on par in military tech, in practice it's a bit worse, actually. Alright, anyway, you're ready to go, so I suppose I'll just, since I don't actually tend to take anything from Korea, I'll just do a humiliate here instead. 30th May, perfect. That is very good. And there you go, and of course he dies immediately. Cancel. We'll take the speediest boy we have. Won't you attack Dynam first? No, I will. I need to actually wait so that after the China War, when I annex some territory and build troops, then I might have to attack Dynam after, if they don't agree to give me military access. So I actually need to make sure I don't attack them, so I need to go through Korea this time as well. Looks like UK is gonna attack Burma, which might drag Dynam into it, which is, I don't know if that's gonna make any difference for me. But it's a thing that's gonna happen, and I do need to raise my army spending here. Let's see here, 21st of August, so I think I'm pretty okay here, you know. But humiliate won't give you tickers for China. No, it won't. Or well, actually humiliate, you can get tickers for humiliate as well. You just need to win a couple of battles. So I think actually that might work out just fine. Either way, it's way less infamy than it would be with than a conquest would be. So that's an advantage. 13th of April, so we need to wait 3 days. Then we go till the 15th. See, yeah, fulfilled when we have a greater war score from battle once at least 5 have been fought. So I should be able to get that, I think. Just need to fight 5 battles. We'll probably try to wipe Korea's army and maybe even occupy Korea first before we start inviting any Chinese here. Yeah, okay. First of May, good. And you will just attack them on the 25th. Alright. So that I did not mean to send this entire fucking army. Okay, great. Well, that's a lot of attrition that I didn't mean to take. So I guess, I mean, Korea might spawn some more units, but I guess we don't really need to occupy too much here. Even if they spawn a few units, that's not a big deal. So we'll just prepare to like invite China in for some fun quality time, I think. Let's see, hopefully that should still not take. Okay, so Ranjit Singh, that's a new Ranjit. He's not, he has a lot of defense, that's pretty hype. I think I want to have Sorovar Sinch here though, if he is available. He should be available now, in fact. Alright, so then you'll stand here until a Chinese army shows up. There they are. Can you go there? You cannot. Well, you'll have to go this way first then. And then probably take a turn into here. They should drop in right here in the bear trap, so to speak. 19th of October, so we'll go on the 18th. 23rd, so you'll have to wait one day. We need this guy though. So there you go. Zero rolls on both sides. That's a very cool start. I don't really need to chase them now. I'm gonna let them slip away and then come back. 2nd of December, so you need to wait again. One downside of not annexing Korea is, of course, that I don't get any Korean reinforcements. I think maybe you two should trade places. And we'll send another group here to invite another Chinese army, maybe. Should hopefully show up. Ah, Manchuria, please. There they are, yeah. 8th of February, 13, good. If your war with Britain takes too long, China will invade you. It's gonna be messy. Yeah, that's a possibility. We'll have to deal with that. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. Just isn't a whole lot that can be done about that. With a little luck, China will be preoccupied with other things, aka collapsing. This is a bit slower than Korea is starting to amass a bit of extra units. I suppose this is fine. You can handle that on your own. Well, you need to have this general though. So whoops, I was too quick on the trigger finger there. April 15th, so on the 14th, whoopsie daisy. Yeah, it wasn't too hard to kill that Korean army, that's for sure. By the word, the more pop you have, the more expensive education administration, right? Yeah, I suppose that it will be. So, but if I manage to conquer India without, like, before I westernize, then I will probably get all the research points I could possibly need. Probably. I should have won more than 5 battles now, so once at least 5 battles have. Maybe I need to fight 5 battles with the same country? I don't know. I don't know how that works. We'll see. Right, I need to lure in some more people. There's another one. Get out of the way. Oh, they're okay. They're gonna go. I mean, that's probably kind of fine though, because I have defense 3 general, so maybe we just put in here. 10th of September. On the 9th then. Come in and reinforce, but then you can't be here. I'll take you, who's probably kind of weak. Pathetic. Okay, they don't even have a general, so probably it's even overkill to even go here. I'll just send like half of you. Half of you will be enough. We'll have a defense 3 general. Okay, then we'll go back here, maybe they'll come around and actually go in here, that's time. Fulfilled in 29%. A greater war score from battles once at least 5 battles have been fought. It says fulfilled in 29.20%, even though I am pretty sure I fought more than 5 battles. Like, that's confusing. Oh well. Again, these need to wait a day longer. Can go and kill these. I guess it's... How much war score do I get from these battles against Korea? Very little, but I guess it still helps. Maybe battles with the target nation in Korea. Yeah, maybe, though I do think I've had at least 5 battles with Korea by now as well. I mean, okay. I guess the description might be wrong. I might need to win more than... Might be proportional to... Because the maximum battle war score is 50, so... Maybe I actually need a full 50 battle war score to have 100, I don't know. I mean, I'll get there eventually. $25, yeah. See if they are so bold as to try to attack me again. No, not so bold. On the 8th you can go, and on the next day you go as well. You can go kill those as per usual. I think we have a pretty good sort of formula for this war going on here. Just, you know, rinse and repeat. Does wiping Chinese even harm them in the long run? Yeah, it should. Like, it takes a while before it's noticeable because they have such ridiculously huge pops. But it should, because they don't, uncivs don't have much military hospitals and such, so most of the troops that die in battle for uncivs, you know, they actually die permanently. Most casualties. So I do think eventually it's gonna have an impact, but it's gonna take a while. I mean, probably won't even happen during this war, frankly. Okay, they didn't die this time, not completely. So they'll come back on the 3rd of June. Yeah, rinse and repeat. Hope you all enjoy seeing the same thing happen over and over again, because that is what is happening right here. Wait 1 day and we go again. Does the recruitable population decline at least, or if you wipe 10 divs immediately? I mean, eventually it's going to hurt the recruitable population, although they could, of course, keep promoting soldier pops. Don't remember how much they have to begin with, but I think they have like over 200 brigades at the start, so fulfilled in 51%. Yeah. Right, we need to again lure a few more of them over. It's taking a longer time for them to come around this time. Okay. Let's kill some Koreans meanwhile. There they are. Just gonna check so that they actually get out of the way. It's 22nd of November. I should check every now and then if I get better generals. That could absolutely help. Whoops. Missed my cue there. 2028. We can kill these. Would it be better instead of humility your next Korea that once it's over you release it as puppet, lose infamy and stuff? In terms of infamy, it would not really be because yeah, I have zero infamy now. It depends really. I mean, I could always restart until I get very little infamy on the Conquest War go for Korea. But it's up to, if I get like the full 22, then it definitely wouldn't be worth, but then I'd have to restart a lot until I get low enough infamy from it that it actually is worth it. And that is, I don't know if I had the patience for that. It's not the most fun way to start a speedrun. Most people will cater in the long war with China. No. Well, if I get full 22 infamy, because while at war it only decays by 0.03 per month. So, like, what is it then? So take 10 months for third, and each point of infamy is gonna take something like 33 months or something. So 22, which is close to 3 years. So it would actually take like several decades for it to go down. So yeah, it doesn't decay. It decays very slowly while you're at war. 22 is the worst case scenario, yeah. But like I said, the alternative is to restart until you get better infamy, and I don't feel like doing that. I'd rather not. I did do that for like the Arabia, Forum Arabia's Egypt run. I restarted at the start. Okay, I see what you're doing. Yeah, that's good. Don't do that. And it was not super fun, in my opinion, to do that. Oh yeah, Afghanistan never did this. Huh. Okay. Um, I mean, I could win against them if I really want to, but I think I won't. There you go. How much infamy do you lose when you release Puppet? 5. So it's not very much compared to. Didn't lose any Punjab, any Afghanis. That's cool. Okay, yeah, I did lose a couple. So probably need more people here now, maybe. Oh, I don't even have Jean-Francois here right now. Okay. Oh well. Bet you will need like 10 infamy for this. Yeah, it's pretty RNG. You can do it, but if it's right at the start of the run, but I don't super feel like it. Uh, okay, well. Need to move this guy over. New general. Another attack to general. I mean, that's good to have, but I already have that. 19th of May. Go on the 18th. Go clear out these. Should be a wipe. It was a wipe. How are we doing now? 67%, so soon enough we should get takers for this. Well, we might as well use these now, since they're small enough. We can just real quick go beat out those guys. Ha! You're willing to humiliate Korea. Well, yeah, that's not really exactly what I'm actually here to do, so... 7 September, good. Now they'll probably want to go there, but I don't want them to, so... It's 20 December, September I mean. In Big Fish checked and there is no formable speedruns, you only have releasable stuff like Conquer All Milan's release Yugas. There are formable speedruns though. Like if you check the Victoria free page on speedrun.com, there are multiple categories where you actually form countries. No one did a speedrun forming Greater Germany, Serbia, and Yugo. Oh, okay. You mean that they use strats like where they start as Austria and then I don't think there are runs where you release Yugoslavia. You still need to form Yugoslavia, but they might start as Austria and then like release Croatia or someone, I don't know. And then form Yugoslavia as Croatia after. So if that's what you mean, that there might not be any runs where they actually start as Serbia and form Yugoslavia, for example. At least not yet. I guess there might not be any Greater Germany runs either. There are only. Look at that! We're actually getting taking war score now. So eventually we'll be able to. Let's hope nobody freaking spheres Korea while we're doing this. We just need to keep doing a bit of battles and getting more taking war score. Whoops. 5th good. And then they'll come over there, but I don't want them to. I suppose we'll try to get close to 100 war score. '24, yeah. It'll be convenient if they wiped immediately, but they did not, so we'll do that, and then they'll come back. Attack them again. Go kill the Koreans. Go back down. Might take like one more battle with China or something, and then I'll add some war goals and see. We might not need a full 100 war score to get the kind of stuff we want. 3rd of June, 1st of June, good. Dissuade you from that kind of silly thinking. Move in, then you move in, and you can do like that. So far, this has been very consistent. Just kind of waiting for the AI to suddenly do something differently after having done the exact same thing over and over. That's just the kind of thing they would do. Okay. Actually, whatever. Let's see. We have maxed out Battle War score. Still haven't maxed out this apparently, but we're getting there. So we can add. So we'll primarily want this one, Guangxi, the state, because that connects to Dainan. I assume this one in Yunnan works too, but it doesn't have as many pops, I don't think, as Guangxi state. So I think it's better to take Guangxi. And also Jiangxi. See, Guangxi is 39 war score, Jiangxi is 39 as well. So those two would actually do nicely. Then I probably don't even need 100% war score either. These are also kind of cheap infamy wise. So infamy wise I could probably take even more, but war score wise I probably can't. Maybe I can squeeze in like another small one, I don't know. October 6th here. You go like that. There's actually quite a lot of Koreans here now. They had time to build up quite a few. Enough that we might even need some reinforcements to help deal with that. I suppose we'll deal with the Chinese first. Chinese first, then the two of you. Oh, really? Okay. Nice. So how do you feel about giving up? We would actually be okay with that, but I am going to demand Jiangxi as well. Those are the two I will want before I will consider peace. So we actually have fulfilled this in 100%. So really, I don't need to fight any more battles now. We should really just... Let's see, I might have still invited in some Chinese now. We'll see if they come or not. But really I should just occupy Korea to get the last bit of war score I might need. I think from occupations. Maybe there'll come some more Chinese troops now. Still need to clear out these probably, or else they'll just keep making trouble. Let's see, so without this we're at 78. I don't expect to be able to fit anything else, but maybe something small. Maybe. I'm amazed how much Korea is still churning out units actually. Anything good? Still nothing better than attack 2, I think. We seem to be building a lot in Seoul, so I'll just occupy that, I guess. One good thing about Afghanistan taking my course is that I actually get some revanchism now. I could, if there's anything that costs less than like 22 or something, then that could work. Chaosu could actually fit, but that depends on where that is. Because I don't want anything coastal, which this is. Hunan could work, or Yunnan. Hunan or Yunnan. This is 28 though, and Yunnan is 44, that's way too much. So, what about this then? Any state in China, the borders? Western Hubei, Eastern Hubei, or Southern Anhui? Either of these could work. Let's see, Western Hubei is 22 exact. That's exactly enough. Although that doesn't actually border Jiangxi, so Eastern Hubei or Southern Anhui. They do cost more, though. These will cost 11 if I do acquire state. I can at least check. Southern Anhui is 28, and the other Hubei is 22 as well. How many pops are there here? Is decent, but is it worth 11 infamy? I'm gonna go ahead and say no. I mean, it might be actually, because I might not have infamy trouble, but I think we'll settle for what we have. You know, whenever it is that they are willing to give up. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long now that I'm actually occupying Korea, which adds, and I have a ticker. So that adds a bit of a war score to the mix. Yes, as long as they don't blockade me. Battle of Taijon. Yeah. Need to check. Maybe I'll do the humiliate as well to get. Otherwise, I'll lose prestige. Because it would be nice to be able to be a great power leader, and that would increase the chance of actually becoming one. Depends on how long I'd have to wait. Because I still can't get this little island, as per usual. So this is gonna be as much occupation, unless I want to go go for China proper, but probably not. Daily, you know. Nobody is at risk of influencing. Well, they're not really close to friendly, so. Alright, we'll just sit back and relax for a while then. I think not enforcing Humiliate is going to cost me -10 prestige, which is quite a lot actually. It's gonna take a while, but I think also their willingness to fight. Unfortunately, China isn't actually getting any war exhaustion here because I'm not occupying them. I don't want to risk going and occupying them because then I might get swarmed by a million. Although I'm starting to get I'm gonna start getting negative tickers already on this one, which is not good. So we'll probably have to settle for this actually, which is all well and good actually. Great. Now doesn't that just look terrifically good? These are some very sensible borders. You can just sort of walk home. Well, that gave me enough to pass some reforms, so I suppose we'll pass education reform. Not sure what that did to my literacy. Probably nothing good. Now we will want... There's a lot of people. That's a big army we'll be able to build. Mostly as the infantry. Maybe a little bit of cavalry. It would be easiest if I was able to get military access through Dynam. Like an alliance maybe. With negative relations. We'll see how far off we are. Because otherwise I'd have to actually fight them. Which would be annoying. Not gonna get any alliance with threats, army strength, political considerations, infamy distance. Too many alliances. Do I have too many? No, you probably have too many. I can get my infamy down a little bit by releasing like Ladakh. How much does that do for you? Increase relations, I think. You really want that? Oh, so you want from me. I'll just continue increasing relations. I think they should actually be willing to ally me eventually. Especially to build up my army strength. Which is going to happen over time now. And increase relations a little bit. Okay, so is there any good target I could attack that Britain is allied to, but nobody else would intervene? Because don't want to end up with like France and Russia intervening again. Greece is not an option. Don't know. Let's see, what do we have? Hanover, Austria. Most of these are puppets, I think. being all of these are. I could attack their sphere if they have someone in their sphere that isn't. No, they actually haven't sphered anyone aside from their own puppets and Greece. That's lame. They might be friendly with somebody. Are they friendly with anybody nearby? Wait, Nepal. Alright, Nepal actually. They are sphered, but then I need to get a war score on them in order for Britain, so I'd need to first send someone over. That wouldn't be too difficult to do though. What reforms did you go? I went the education reform. It probably doesn't matter too much which one I go for, but you know, that's gonna be slightly more, just ever so slightly more literacy maybe. Speaking of which, we should lower this for now. We can maybe raise this for a while. Maybe defense budget as well. Oh yeah, friendly Belgium, Netherlands, myself, and Venezuela. Venezuela, how's that? Alright, everyone else is neutral, so that's an... But I won't be able to get war score in Venezuela, so... And Nepal is good. Nepal is excellent, actually. I'll have to attack them. Then I can fight the UK without having to fight any of their allies or their little spherelings and stuff. I will go for a liberation conquest. We'll need to attack Portugal, probably to release India. Would be helpful if I don't need to fight Spain while doing so, but I don't know. Might have to. Alright, should not need very much more here. Why you went away from it? Why do you want a global war, Venezuela? I'm not actually gonna attack Venezuela, but the point is, I want to attack the UK, but avoid getting all of their allies, and more importantly, all of their Indian puppets called in. So I want to attack somebody else, and I think I'm gonna attack Nepal, because they are sphered by the UK, so the UK will probably defend them, but then it will only be the UK, not their puppets or their allies. And Bhutan, I suppose, but that's literally does not matter. So I was considering Venezuela because they are also in the UK's, well, they're not in the UK sphere, they are friendly with the UK. But I decided against it because Nepal is a better choice. Now we just need to build a bunch of Chinese. Build Chinese all day long. Cool. Nepal is close enough for you to integrate to India. Yeah. They aren't actually required because India doesn't have cores on them, but you could integrate them because they are the right culture group. Actually, okay. Now Dainam wants to ally me, which is good because then I can probably get military access as well. Thank you very much. So then we have a means of escape. Hooray! That is good. But yeah, what I am mostly concerned about is that China will try to attack me while I fight the UK, which would be bad. Just remember not to call them into your wars. Yeah, it's probably best I don't do that. Is Yunnan an absolutely broken province as vanilla? Is that a HPM thing? I don't know. I don't think there's anything particular broken about them. In which way are they broken in HPM? Yeah, I don't play mods. But I don't think there's anything particular broken about Yunnan. I mean, no more than any of the other Chinese states anyway. Here you are. Cool. Oh shit, I thought you were going to lower. Let's not send any more people to this province because that one's full. Let's just go there. In HPM it produces gold, I see. You can check if it produces gold. Doesn't look like there's any gold here. In fact, I think Johor produces gold. So no, there's no gold in Yunnan. There's gold here in one province in China proper, but not in Yunnan. Only tea and silk and stuff. So is it that broken? I assume it makes a lot of money then. 20. Can start moving a few people in here, I suppose. Sind wants an alliance too. I don't know if I... Guess I'll take it. Why not? It's infamous for making any economy profitable. I see. I guess Johor has sort of that thing because they produce a lot of gold. So conquering Johor is a pretty good way to get an economic boost. But I suppose they don't have the same. They have pretty low population, whereas Yunnan is actually pretty huge. So I suppose if they produce gold, it would be a lot more gold. Okay. Start to move you to position. Can't keep building stuff here forever, so combined hordes of India and China versus Britain. This will be bloody. It definitely will be, yeah. I'm not sure if it's even gonna work. Like, I might just not be enough to overcome the tech disparity. I need to move like one more over here. Okay, we're actually already kind of full. So you can go. Suppose we'll put this as a rally point for now, actually. Damn. Okay, that looks to be all of them, really. Tech is a bit unbalanced. It makes it look like the British have machine guns versus charging men with spears and shields, which isn't the case-ish. Well, not quite. They don't quite have machine guns yet, because that's an 1870s tech, so... I should probably actually get this, right? Because that's post-Napoleonic thought, which gives digging cap and defensive bonuses that could actually come in handy. Not sure if I'll have time to get it though. It costs me 8,000. Oh well. Oopsie daisy. Did not mean to overlap like that. Did not mean to overlap like that either, but so the risk of such a massive vortex, Britain they would back off for machine guns at least. Yeah, I mean in some cases, I'm mostly gonna try to rely on the mountains actually too. And defending in mountains as far as I can. See, Pingo is over here. Okay, I guess we'll wait for the last one there. Then we'll get going. It's good if I manage to maintain my alliance with Dynam actually, because then I could potentially get more troops out of here if I need to. For now though, we will remove military access so we may march freely through the land. Let's try to beat China one more time to buy yourself more time. Yeah, I could. It would get messy to fight China again though, because now, I mean, they're right here. Then again, that might be inevitable. My truce with them is up in 1849. Yeah, they probably will actually attack me again, come to think of it. It might be inevitable, in which case it might be better that I'm ready to fight them. Yeah, they will 100% attack me when I'm at war. If they don't attack me, even if they wouldn't attack me normally, they definitely will if I'm at war with UK. So, alright, yeah, you know, it's a good point. I might as well. It's gonna get more messy because they will invade with everything at once now. But let's see, let's just walk around here. We'll gather up somewhere, and I'll try to see what we have to work with. Yungsho, yeah, good. I'm not sure if they attack me. I'm not sure if they will actually call in their subjects or not. Maybe the ones they're allied to. Just kick your ass with the British Army. I think the big problem is if Guangxi and Yunnan gets involved as well, because that's quite a lot more troops than just China itself. Korea is no longer allied to China though, so the only way to circumvent that would be to attack Dynam. Which would be sad, because then I'd have to... I mean, yeah, okay, we just spent a lot of time becoming friends with Dynam, but I'm afraid I'm kind of going to... Because they're really the only way to circumvent. Because I'm not sure if China attacks me, Guangxi at least will join in. I do not want that. They're too strong, so I'd have to attack. Attack the puppet. You can't attack puppets directly, unfortunately. So that's not really an option. Needs to be. Okay. The advantage is that if I declare war on Dynam, I can actually pre-place armies here and use that as a way. Yeah, I'm allied to you guys. Can't think of it, so we could actually get these troops over as well, I think. Taking a bit more attrition I probably need to do here. Oh well. So now actually can get these over as well. We'll move them this way, I guess. We need to decrease the relations now, unfortunately. Which is going to take a while. Would have been good if I thought of this earlier. My truce with them is up in 49 though, so I do have time. If they would send me some alliance offers in the meantime, then I could just reject them and that would make them lose relations. Oh well. I wonder why Korean alliance were. Probably they got rebellions, I would assume. As usual, what happens if you crush them the way I did but don't annex them. So I think that's probably what happened. Okay. So this is what we have to work with, which is probably roughly, well, it's roughly 1/3 of what China has actually. Neat. So we will. It's about good. We'll just bomb them as the war starts, sort of. Get ourselves a little bit of an advantage. Advantageous starting position to the war. This is of course only a portion of their armies, but it's something. Okay. Oh wait, they're still allied. For a moment there I thought they had broken their alliance with China, but they haven't done that. Establish protectorate against Johor. Okay. If that's what you wanna do, then that's what you wanna do. You know. I'm gonna encourage soldiers here for a bit, I guess. Actually, there already are a lot of soldiers there. So it's probably here. It's worth the most. If I can get those numbers up. Or will you take this war? A few more inland provinces. Maybe for China itself, actually, this time. For Siam and Bukhara. People arrive. Hello, Patrick. Welcome to India. Well, welcome to China. Welcome to India and China. Won't you defend for Nainam? Not initially. I'll start like this, then I'll probably have to send some people over to do something there. Oh, attack free general. I'm not sure if I'll be attacker or defender in this. I don't even remember actually. Well, yeah, we can. Okay, we need to decrease relations one more time. War exhaustion stuff. Yeah, war exhaustion is definitely a thing. One of my best generals just died. It's unfortunate. So no, I can't hold off on that too long. I'll probably just sort of bomb China like this. Then I'll need to send some troops over and deal with Dynam. But I think this is a nice way to kick things off. I'm gonna raise soldiers so we maybe get more soldiers. That'd be dope. Right, we have a diplo point now. We currently have no infamy, but I might want to add stuff on China actually. I don't want to conquer Dainan either because that's coastal, so I want to avoid that. So we'll probably just do that actually. Though conquering them would be good for westernization points. China won't war if you still have truce. Yes, they will, or they can at least, because the truce doesn't stop them from joining defensive wars, only offensive wars. Let's see what else it's seeing. Do we have good generals? Hopefully. I mean, decent generals probably. As good as I can have. Alright. Well, let's go then. I guess Burma, Cambodia, China. None of my allies want to join. That is so sad. Yay. See, so I count as defender in these battles. Okay, right. They are in fact trying to reinforce some of these. Not all of them though, which is lucky for me. That went very poorly, in fact. We need to make sure to reinforce. Not sure why this one went so poorly actually. Maybe because they have an attack-free general there. So if you redo this strat as soon as the Korean War's over, you immediately go to war. Okay, so well, not really, because I needed to wait to build up the units in China anyway. So not immediate. I would still need to wait roughly this long, but maybe a little bit sooner. Could have gone a little bit sooner. Oh, you mean, or you mean I would have invaded in this direction once the war starts? In that case, maybe. We'll see how this goes now. We won most of the battles, we lost one of them. And this one's still ongoing. It is bad that they are chasing there. Okay. Fortunately, I don't think I'll have room. I need to sort of inevitably gonna need to fight off China here. I should presumably add war goals for some of these states and just occupy them so we get tickers. Southern Anhui and Eastern Hubei maybe. Alright. Are you still going there? Okay. So they're going to attack there, which is bold of them, I would say. Attack 2. We just get until next month, then we'll attack there. This is a lot of... Okay, they actually ultimately changed their minds, which makes sense. We'll need to move out some. gonna be a little bit tricky. Okay, we'll need to get our as good of an attack general as we can here, I think. You know. So this guy is busy, unfortunately, but we do have an attack too that's unassigned, so I guess we'll take him wherever he was there. 1st of September, I need to wait one day. You might want to go there or else you get attacked by somebody probably. Whoops. Still have no commanders on most armies probably. So we'll move back here though. At least that's better. This is probably the best place you can stand right now. War against China is always going to be tough. See, 12, 12, 13, 17, okay. Oh, you're here. We'll see how realistic it's going to be for me to just wipe all these, forming China's speedrun. Probably not quite. But we'll see what this turns out. Well, you need to probably chill right here. Okay, they actually changed their minds. Okay, they are coming here. Did you have defense? No, you only have attack. Can you get out of here in time? 21st September. Probably not, I'm guessing. No, okay. Well, you just have to stand your ground then, and we'll see if anyone comes to save you. You might move over there. I suppose, if they allow. I'd rather if you didn't. Well, maybe they should come. Maybe might as well grab some more of them. So they begin occupying here. At least you finally got some variety. Yeah, you know, that's an advantage, even if this doesn't work out in the end, which frankly seems likely. You know, it's different, at least. That is true. If only we had artillery. Yeah, I just think it's not gonna work. There's no way we're winning. China has too many troops. If I was civilized and I had artillery, then this could have worked. But my advantage isn't really big enough here. And I can't fight just a few of them at a time, like they're already over here. While I've been struggling for my life here, they've just been pouring in all over the place. And yeah, if I hadn't gone for China now, they probably would have attacked me while I was fighting the UK. So this strat is, again, probably not going to work. Yet another strat that isn't going to work. So an alternative is to just go for countries nearby. Or further away, like Ethiopia or something. I think I tried fighting the UK ones like right off the bat, and even if I won battles, I just ran out of soldiers eventually. Playing as a smaller Indian nation and next with high literacy. Westernized return. There aren't really that many options because most Indian nations are already puppets of the UK, which kind of limits what they can do. At least it makes things a lot more complicated. I don't really know if there's an advantage there. Punjab is already the biggest and strongest. So like one advantage I could see is that you could probably ignore infamy. So you might be able to just speedrun westernization by just conquering like crazy, not care about anything. Well, frankly, you might be able to do that as Punjab too, at least if once the UK spheres you, if they do. Because if you don't need to care about infamy, a lower pop count, if you take a high pop count, it will be less effective since that's how you think, what you're thinking. Yeah, that is true. Although you still need to keep annexing things to get. I mean, what you could do if you're playing like a sufficiently small nation, which has like Baroda, for example, they have a coastline. That's still 1.41 million. I think if something like that would be worth it. You can actually go for like Montenegro, but I don't know what literacy they have. Literacy, Montenegro. Okay, they don't actually have very high literacy. Or if you play a smaller nation, take a EU nation with high literacy in the next Punjab if you want. Yeah, that's easier said than done. Annexing Punjab. Let's see what options there are. Like Hawaii is an obvious choice. 83% literacy, 100k, but you next Sweden. Otherwise, if there's anyone that's like easy, Krakow. Well, we can't really go for Krakow though, because they are defended by everyone. Most of these are in the sphere of some great power or another. Is Rikyu in vanilla or only modded 2? Probably only modded. They are not in vanilla. There's no tag here except Japan. You played Divergence of Darkness. I think I checked it out like several years ago. Just like briefly. I don't think I really played it though. I mean, Hawaii is the obvious choice though if you wanna annex somebody with, because they're 80% literacy, but you need a coastline for that. How about Kutch? Kutch is, that's something actually, because these guys, they have a coastline, so they could build boats and maybe get over to Hawaii. Then they have high literacy, but then they need to go and keep annexing. Like all they would do really is help you westernize quicker, but that doesn't really help if you're weak. If you're weak sauce. Several nations that can have challenges are in the regular 1836 world. Yeah, I bet so. I mean, that's a complete overhaul mod, so everything's kind of different. But yeah, I don't really play modded. I usually focus on just finding weird things to do in vanilla. So But if I'm gonna play any mods, I'm probably more interested in complete overhaul mods, though. But still, probably won't do any serious challenges in it anyway, most likely. Love playing Persian Vic too, but when I try to build it tall and then take Ottomans, it takes so long. Yeah, I mean Persia is pretty good. They can westernize pretty quickly because they started like 40% westernization progress. I don't know when you can attack Ottomans. I think once you westernize, let's see it done. Efficient. You can do it pretty efficiently. I mean, if you start off by, if you want to play tall and not annex anything before you fight the Ottomans, then it might be a bit slow. But otherwise, you could just go and like annex some countries around here to get research points and westernize pretty quickly. And then just research a couple of military techs so you're ahead of military tech for the Ottomans. And at that point, you could probably beat them one-on-one. Just gotta watch out if they have some strong allies or such, but yeah, I think it's pretty doable. I take Afghanistan, Kalas Makran is seen, but I don't know what else to do besides just taking up and getting parity with everyone else. I mean, it depends on what you want to do. Like, you know, if you just take up so you're ahead in military tech compared to your enemies, Persia has a reasonably high population, so then you could probably win against most countries if you play it right, so to speak. So I'm gonna just test something here. I wanna see what happens if I just exceed into the limit like right away. I should probably still set things up a little bit. Should keep that up actually. Or not. Keep it a half. Just gonna test exceeding infamy limit as quickly as possible here. Sure. And see what actually comes of that. Don't seem to be getting any infamy right now though. Or you know, if I don't get any infamy from this, then I will officially declare this to be an official speedrun attempt. Okay, this is incredibly good luck, and I even took that. Alright, change of plans, we're gonna annex Afghanistan. This is no longer experimentation, this is an official run. I am still going to see what happens when I go above the infamy limit, but if that turns out to work out okay, then we might just keep going. Should have, this sucks. I hate that there are mountains everywhere here. Okay, ally with Persia, I would prefer that. There's very little infamy. Never seen such luck with conquest. It's rare. This is actually kind of, I mean, it's less like you have a plus 80% war justification speed modifier when you're on Civ. So you do justify quicker, which reduces the risk of getting a lot of infamy. But still, this is still very lucky. For sure. Oh, we just need a little bit more. Basically, my idea is that if it turns out that I can exceed the infamy limit without half the world containing me, or rather, if nobody except maybe other uncivs try to contain me, then that means I could just go ham and annex everything and westernize quickly. Sure, Nepal and Sikkim, you can join in on this, it'll be fun. Attack free general, cool. Love to see it. You just move on ahead here. We'll follow through here in case it is needed. Rashid, he died. He dead. Immediately, again. That is so sad. Right, let's not overexert ourselves though. You can go to the desert, you'll love it there. Kinda just wanna get out of the mountains a little bit. I'd rather avoid offensive battles in the mountains as much as I can. This is probably fine because there's not a lot of them there. This would be the best place for an offensive battle, I think. So I'm actually just gonna sort of casually... I'm just gonna move over here, actually, and see if they want to go and try to take this back, seeing as that it's flat terrain. I probably need to go here though, or else they'll just escape. That's nasty. They might try to tag these little desert hunters, unfortunately, which is bad. Actually, they're almost guaranteed to do that, so well, they can probably escape in time. So yeah, that is exactly what they're doing. I hope I have precedence here. Well, thank you for that. Well, don't hunt the desert. You need to retake your... Fuck, I did not have precedence, in fact. Yucky. Well, it's a little bit of a bummer. Okay. Oh well. Then we will just make them suffer right here in just a moment. I don't think Jean-Francois actually does have precedence, so I will switch you out for somebody else. 17th of May, 15th of May, so you might want to wait. There we go, good. I'd rather they don't attack there, but on the other hand, or rather, I would rather not attack here, is what I'm trying to say. But, so I'm just gonna let them take that. We'll need to probably just wipe their armies. Okay, running into desert. Not a fan of that, but I'll accept it for now. Just need to wipe them out properly. Cool. Then maybe return from the desert. And then we'll have to lure these poor souls into death. maybe walk around like that, lol. And we'll move you out of the way. We'll put you here, right there. 13th, 12th of July then. See if we catch him out there. No. Okay, I do not want you to go to Kabul, please. Alright, that's better. This is hills, but it's still better than mountains, so I'll accept it. Cool. Hmm. Guess we'll send you over there then. The other battle also -1 from river. Oh, I see. Yeah, rivers are kind of hard to see, so maybe it didn't really matter. -1 isn't that bad, fortunately. Okay. Well, their army is gone, so really now I just need to occupy everything. I guess we'll go over there with you. I know if it's easier in EU4 if I just have way more time in the game to see rivers. I think it definitely is. The rivers here are very small in EU4. A lot of things are more clear in EU4 since it's a more modern game, so more modern interface. Let's go up there. Since this is actually plains, so I do have better supply limit here. Yeah. Okay, we're almost done here, so I should probably think about... I can't directly annex Kokand, I think, because they actually have 5 states. So... could always attack Persia. They are kinda scary. Kokand and Bukhara, so they are... Khiva is very inefficient conquest, but maybe I don't care about efficiency. With Persia I could at least get a couple of states. I do not have any don't have any revanchism. We'll go for that, probably. I wonder if Persia has a head start Westernization with its piss poor literacy. I don't know, is it piss poor really? Or is it just not top notch? Persia. 8%, okay, yeah. I mean, it's better than mine, but I don't know really. They just have a bunch of reforms. Punjab already has 20%. So they also have a little bit of a head start. Egypt 35%. But yeah, I don't know really. They just happen to have a bunch of reforms already. Thank you. That didn't give me as much as I would have hoped. Punjab. Maybe I should try to increase my own literacy a little bit. I wouldn't say it was more developed in China. Probably not. China doesn't have any civilization progress. I don't really know how Paradox what kind of reasoning they had for these things when they developed the game. A lot of things seem a little bit random. It's possible if they had continued to develop this game longer, they would have improved upon the sort of the logic for these things a little bit. It's just terrible terrain. Bukhara and Kokans, I do need to like fight these guys as well. Which is just kind of awful because they already have. Oh wait, I can build like a bazillion troops actually. I had not realized. Maybe I'll just build a bazillion troops before I do anything else. There's a desert and mountains, which is just god-awful places to fight. Fact if I see it was worth Afghanistan OP question mark. I think it's probably mostly from my own land actually, because I've been encouraging soldiers the entire game. But yeah. So this is flat terrain, so I could attack here, but supply limit is awful. Or I could defend in mountains, which is a bit more complicated. I also don't think I have as good defense generals as I have attack. Then again, supply limit is awful for Persia too. Could probably at least fight like we could fight again here against the other guys. Can you use Afghanistan awful terrain against the British? Well, in terms of awful terrain, we already got that covered basically with all the mountains here. And even either way, before the British would come here, they would have to go through Punjab, so they would like fully occupy my core territory, which would be very good. So I think it's better to just fight them here once I do that. I meant from the south. You mean Kalat? Or none of these are spherelings of the UK at the start, so that's not really a way. I mean, either way, if I declare war here, like the UK will still invade from this direction because this is where they have their border, or they will mostly invade from here. So I kind of have to fight them over there no matter what. Right, we have that. Should we wait for some more troops? Can wait for a few more to build up. I actually kind of just want to make sure they go here instead of up here, so... How many troops do you have? 6 regiments. You have 9. So they don't have a lot. You can stay right there, actually. Thank you very much. Maybe we should use this as a rally point instead, because that's closer to where it's relevant. Anyway, let's go for this. I guess we'll just do Laristan Sistan. Probably. I will call my faithful allies, who will be of very, very great help. No doubt. Ooh, jingoism. Cool, then we can actually add more war goals without too much problem. Oh, that's a bit nasty, isn't it? Okay. Uh, you okay? 7-11. So maybe you can 11-9. Okay, shit, you're running off, aren't you? Okay, never mind. Cool. Well, then we'll just have to go like this. Yeah, you better back off. Yeah, I don't care about US. I guess Persia is a bit slow on the uptake, so maybe I can let them go and die in the desert a little bit. Battle of Bach. Oh no. I was one day too late to save this regiment that was building there. This is awful. It's awful. I suppose I won't be getting access here. Let's retreat back. So Persia will stand around in the desert for a bit. Maybe suffer some attrition. I wouldn't mind. Then I can attack them. First, I need to help my cat down from the tree again, because she still has not learned how to be a cat. Yes, like. That was my cat. Hope you enjoyed. Nice and fluffy. Yep, she is very fluffy. She's kind of fat, but also fluffy. So she looks very large. Alright, this is good. I can better justify marching in with huge amounts of troops if they come here also. So I think, by the way, did I wipe? Oh, okay, I completely wiped Bukhara right now. Anyway, let's add another. Preferably ones that are actually connected, like Fars Kerman. Fars Kerman is good. Let's go for that. Good shit. How old is she? I think it would be. Was it 2012? They were born, so about 11. They're both 11 because they're siblings from the same little. What do you call it? They were born at the same time. Oh, you actually want to attack me in the mountains, do you? Can I say no to that? Maybe I can't. I don't know. Have only defense 1. I suppose if we put the defense someone. I'll move you over here then. We'll move him here. Maybe you should actually. You can occupy a little bit here. So we make some progress on that front. Okay, so they changed their mind about coming there. Well, we'll just go there then. From India, step 1, next Central Asia, step 2, step 3, profit. Basically, yeah. I mean, every speedrun is some variation of that. To form a country, you first annex a completely unrelated region. Has some nice bonuses for me. and then somehow that makes you form that country. Alright, well, this is good. This is 2 good battles for me. That's a wipe. Now I'm suffering horrible, horrible attrition right here. So let's pull back from here maybe before it gets worse. March 9. Great, we can actually chase them there. Suppose we could use Jean-Francois. Well, we can use him. This is more a Mughals run at this point. I mean, kinda. Except that I am actually a native Indian nation of sorts. Okay, you're going to Balk. That is good. Go there actually. Oh my god! It happened again. Freaking great power intervention. I keep forgetting. That's also a big problem with this mechanic. It's so easy to miss. It's so easy to forget about. Test your might against Russia in the mountains. Yeah. I suppose so. Don't have any. I could always test my might against Russia in the mountains. It's not going to. This is an offensive battle right now, which isn't spectacular. Hold on, that's gonna be too much action. Probably not much of a point in these staying here. Well, I guess they can stay for now. Would be good if we could clear these out in the meantime. 7th of April, you arrive on 4th? That's actually earlier. 8th, okay, cool. And you 2nd, so 5th of April, 7. So 7, 7, 6. Okay. Is it too late to white piece? Simply attack itself. I could give this up and just. But I think at that point we're already nullified the sort of infamy advantage I had from the good luck I had with the infamy when I got that in Afghanistan. So I might as well just sort of start over. But I'm gonna try to fight this just for fun, kinda. I wanna see if I can get him to attack me in mountains. That would be great if I could get a better defense general than just defense 1. But defense 1 is always something. Afghani war zone is rarely described as fun, but well, you have to interpret my words. I think I've described quite a lot of more or less horrible things in this game as fun, just because that's just who I am. Bamyan. Alright, so they are in fact coming in here. Let's see, does this scare them? It did in fact do that. So now they're going to balk instead. Well, we could go with like an attack 3 general, I guess, into here. I suppose. No. It's just a lot of attrition, but that's fine actually, because we'll be moving out of here. Okay, now that actually got mistimed, but whatever. Oh, here's another. Oh boy. Well, we'll see how this goes. 2 artillery pieces. And this is more troops. Attack 3, well. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. This was a very good dice roll, but I'm still sort of losing as much troops as they are. Well, maybe we're actually kind of turning this, provided that they don't come with too many reinforcements. Can I get someone with speed bonus here? Speed? I mean, maybe we can win this battle, but we'll pretty much be decimated afterwards, so it's not very relevant. Would be interesting to see. Okay, they are coming with reinforcements too. Yeah, okay. Well, that's that then. Yeah. Then I think ultimately we're just gonna accept the status quo. And I am in fact going to exceed infamy limit then. Yeah, indeed. I'm gonna test the infamy stuff. I'm just gonna get stupid luck on this one as well. Which would actually be bad luck in this case. What is this? Why am I getting this freaking lucky with infamy now that it doesn't even matter? 5.1. I'm not even above infamy limit. I'm actually below infamy limit. Alright. Well, it's too late because my army's already kind of... the game is... Yeah, it definitely is. Okay. Alright, come on, give me the infamy, please. Just any infamy, so I get above infamy limit. Alright, thank you. Okay, so I'm above infamy limit. Okay, the UK instantly declares war on me. So I think, yeah, if I get speared by them, then it's fine, but I can't do it without otherwise. Because I share a border with them. Yeah. They do usually sphere you fairly quickly. Of course, you won't declare on you if you have a truce. So if there was a way to like ensure I have a constant truce with them, then do you have a run where you play as a released India? No, I do not. UK will usually spare you eventually, so after that I could just go ham with infamy, but problem is that it might take too long to be useful. They won't declare on you if you have a truce though. So what I could do, maybe, if I really want to go balls to the walls, is declare war on the UK or something, or at least get the UK dragged into a war with me, which is not a containment war. And then, even if I lose that, actually I should declare war on someone the UK is friendly with, so they intervene with a status quo. They make peace, so then I have a truce. And then during that 5-year truce, I go absolutely ham and conquer everything. Conquer as much as possible, maybe even have time to westernize. But without getting border with any other great power, so they don't intervene, unless I manage to get it. I mean, if Russia turns out to be a problem, I could get them a truce with them as well. No way. Yeah, I might be. I mean, I don't know. If I don't have to worry about infamy, then I could potentially actually conquer stuff pretty darn fast. Like, I mean, maybe Afghanistan. Maybe like go over here, take like Burma, Tainan, Siam. I don't know, it's something that could be worth checking out. However, I will not do it now because I have, as soon as you finish a conquest in China, it may jump you. Yeah, at least if I have a direct border. I'm not sure if I board just their sub-states, it might be fine. So, in which case, it wouldn't really be a problem. I could conquer Korea or Dynam if I want to. But, I don't know. It's something that could be experimented with. However, I will not do it now because I have streamed for a long time and I am done with it. So, yeah, so next time I stream, it will probably be some other time. Obviously. Next weekend, maybe Friday, maybe Saturday, maybe both. Yeah, thank you. Great schedule. Thank you very much. I have the best schedule. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and I will see you another time according to my schedule. So, bye bye.